Oh, the mez level.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna stick there. All right.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna refresh this, make sure it's actually going on.
Yeah, I've been refreshing.
Okay. Sometimes there's like a little bit of a lag, but I want to make sure that it's actually okay. And I think that like the way that this looks is not the way that it actually shows, just because of our shitty internet connection here. So I pulled it up earlier on my phone and it looked fine.
Oh, I'm on the internet too. Oh yeah, I didn't get a what you call it there.
I mean, it looks fine on my phone. So
Well, that sucks that he's gonna be doing commentary looking at the screen. There's no way we can make it better.
I mean, you can kind of like
Oh.
look at this, which
You
is
can
what it
change
looks
the
like.
resolution
Oh,
in YouTube and the settings to make it more clear. Settings, not down like down here. So if you go to where is it?
the little like gear icon.
I don't remember where it is. Do you mind if I? Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Just kidding. There we go. Okay, so go to quality and up it. I mean, it doesn't. 480 should be on the floor. There you go. Oh, that looks great. Okay, perfect. Thanks. I don't know if it'll switch back to anything at any point, but that's how you change it. Cool. Thank you. Also, hi. It was fun skating with you today.
Why is this one different from that one?
So there's a delay. So this is what's being recorded. This is what's going on the stream. So there's there's like a 3 or 4 second delay between what people are actually seeing on YouTube. So don't look at this. No.
Awesome.
This is telling them the future. This is which is probably fine. But yeah, don't look over here. Look over here.
This is going to be fascinating.
I know.
Right.
Roller derby is played in increments called jam. Roller derby is played in increments called jams. Each jam lasts up to 2 minutes. Both teams field up to 5 skaters at the start of the jam. 4 of these skaters are called blockers, and 1 is called the jammer. The jammer wears a helmet cover with a star on it and scores points for the team. The blockers are playing both offense and defense at the same time, and together they make up what is called the pack. The 2 jammers start each jam behind the pack and must get through all of these skaters for an initial pass before they can begin to score points. When the initial pass is complete, a jammer can score 1 point for every opponent they pass with their hips. The first jammer out of the pack legally is declared lead jammer, which means they can end the jam anytime they want before the 2 minutes are up. Sounds easy, right?
Me and a bunch of friends had the idea of putting together a roller derby team. We didn't call it a league, we called it a team. Because we wanted to put on skates and knock the snot out of one another. But really what we wanted was community. We didn't know we'd grow into this amazing thing where we have, thousands of fans. We have skaters all the way down to age 7. We're a 501c3 nonprofit. We have the 4-time reigning world champions. That all started from back then in 2004. You'll see behind me there's a lovely sign that says 15 years. Look at the officials, they're not even paying attention. We're pointing at them. One of the things about the early years of roller derby was we started our first game in 2005 at the Portland Expo Center in the same hall where they filmed the Raquel Welch Kansas City Bomber movie. Yeah, we love the history of that. So our first few years, we had games there once a month, and it was these same 4 home teams that played in those games and brought in crowds of thousands of people. One of the big things that was along with us on each of those games that really mattered a lot to every single skater was as we would all line up behind the curtains, we were already nervous. We knew we were about to go into battle. We knew we were doing it in front of lots of people. But one of the things that we really loved, that I decided to bring back as a gift for y'all tonight, was the last regiment of syncopated drummers.
This is going to get really loud. You might want to monitor. How I can make this thing.
All right, there we go. That was the last regiment of syncopated drummers. Back to celebrate our opening of the 15th anniversary season. So, good evening, all. Thank you for joining us. My name is Puns and Roses. I will be your announcer du jour for the first bout tonight. We will be opening up the 15th anniversary season and the home season for the four-time defending world champion Rose City Rollers. First bout will feature the Heartless Heathers and the Guns and Rollers. Teams are about to come out. So good times here. We're on a 35-second delay-ish. So I'm actually going to be announcing off of a screen. So if I say something that isn't happening on the track, it's because I'm telling the future about 35 seconds ahead of where you're hearing it. And if I'm too loud, too soft, what have you, throw that in the chat so we can make some adjustments to the volume. The Guns and Rollers will be skating out here in just a sec. All right, here we go. Skating in the black for the Guns and Rollers. Number 0 is Zip. 136 is Katie Quick. 19 is Angela Death. 221, Hound of Bad Askervilles. 24 is Beans. 31 is Lauren Forcer. 316, Eve Angelical. 345, Stab Mittens. Number 4, Kieran Duncan. Number 48 is Payne Goodall. 523, Liquor and Split. Number 6, Polly Pushy Pants. 76, Grandpa Rexy. 808 is You're Gonna Be Sorry. And 99 is Hellslinger. All right, we just turned up the sound a little bit. Tell me if that's good. So GNR was 0-7 last season. They do have some rookies. 345 Stab Mittens, number 4 Kieran Duncan, 6 Polly Pushy Pants, and 76 Grandpa Rexy. Those are your rookies for GNR. And we will be having the Heartless Heathers coming out soon. Heartless Heathers were 4-3 last season. All right, here we go. In the blue, the Heartless Heathers. Number 0 is Ziriosa. Number 12, Stan the Woman. 35, Bella Constrictor. 17 is the Blast Unicorn. 1701, Damage Report. 18, Ice Cream Cone. 1975, Fleetwood Smack. 243, Scratcher in the Eye. 247, Mia Palau. And 26, Nacho Lucky Day. 444 is Forrest Smush Her. Number 64, Shredder Cheese. 70, Freddie Her Fury. 71 is Headache. And finally, Alpha Bravo is 76. Your rookies for the Heathers are Alpha Bravo, Damage Report, Fleetwood Smack, and For Smush Her.
Fleetwood Smack was Betty last season.
Fleetwood Smack, not technically a rookie, was a transfer from the Betties. And we will be getting started here in just a moment. And once again, if there's any issues with the sound, just throw that in the comments. We'll make any changes that we can. All right, taking the line, we have Headache in the blue. And that is Zip in the black. Teams are gathering. The blockers are up at the pivot line right now. And there we go. We are off. Season 15 has started, and Headache quickly grabs that lead jammer designation. One to beat at the front of the pack. Zip still stuck in the back of the pack against that Heathers defense. Headache coming around, hits the back of that Guns N' Rollers D at the back of the pack. Zip finally out on the initial. Headache working in that pack. Oh, Zip comes around. Snakes 4 points. And there's the call off. We'll bring that jam to a close. Next up, that looks like Evangelical, and I'm gonna guess Freddie Herfury. The angle that I've got, sorry, I don't have a great view on the numbers, but doing the best I can here. All right, there's a recycle on Evangelical, now stuck in at the back of the pack. Freddie Herfury working hard at the front, getting a little offensive help now. Heathers back fully on defense. Evangelical looked for that inside lane, got denied. One to beat Evangelical is your lead jammer. Freddie Herfury working hard. Has had one to beat, now just two. Oh, and Freddie Herfury, the long recycle. Got a backblock penalty on somebody. All right. Evangelical through.
Oh, yeah, so you are supposed to be doing audio.
Okay. Apparently I'm supposed to be doing it on the live action, not on the delay. All right, that makes my life so much easier. All right, here we go. So now to get us caught up, we are at a 20-4 score going into Jam 3. That looks like Liquor and Split in the back, Mia Palau in the blue. Now this I can do. All right. Ziriosa with the force out and recycle on Liquor and Split. 3-wall at the front, now 2. Mia Palau jumps to the inside, grabs lead jammer. Liquor and Split pulls the cap, looks for a pass, fakes it. Oh, Liquor and split forced out. Long recycled back. No pass, no penalty. Liquor back in the pack, knocked out. That looks like Bella Constrictor. Bella having a great time there on defense. Mia Plow back in the pack on a scoring pass. Picked up 3, must have been no pass, no penalty. All right, we got a star pass, Polly Pushy Pants. Now your jam of record for GNR. And there's the call off. 7 points for Mia Plow on that jam. All right, our Jammer line tonight is sponsored by the Jam on Hawthorne. All right, we've got Force Smusher as your Heathers Jammer. And that looks like Zip. That is Zip for GNR. Force Smusher pushing the front of the pack. Gets ice cream cone, I believe, with the offensive help. Oh, there goes Zip. Zip grabbing lead jammer. Force Smusher hot on her heels. It is now a foot race to the back of that pack. GNR tried to grab a goat. We're not able to get. Oh, Zip going airborne. Does not get any points. Didn't stick the landing on that apex jump. So our score remains 11 for the Heathers, 20 for GNR. Tonkin.com, the largest selection of new and used autos in the Pacific Northwest, is only a click away at Tonkin.com. All right, 5 seconds to go. We have Evangelical and Headache as your jammers. Pack sorting itself out. Katie Quick bounces Headache to the inside. Headache grabs lead jammer. Evangelical recycled by Scratcher. Heather's defense reforming at the back. Headache through for 4. Kieran Duncan, Katie Quick working on Headache at the front of the pack. Blast Unicorn getting sent out on a penalty. There goes Evangelical, released from the pack. Headache pushes to the front, grabs 4 points, calls that off, and we have a lead change. All right, Union Wine Company. Underwood wines are available at the bar. Not that that helps you all, but they're also available at most grocery stores in the area. Single serving cans of Pinot Noir or Pinot Gris, or a double serving can of Rosé Bubbly. All right, back to the action. Angela Death, Freddie Herfury are your jammers. AD recycled at the back. Freddie Herfury pushing to the front. Both teams down one blocker. Oh, AD, beautiful move inside lane. Grabs lead jammer. Freddie forced inside by Polly Pushy Pants. Oh, big hit by Stan, but AD just powers through that. Snags 4 points. And we've got another lead change. Both jammers hitting the back of the pack. Beans with the force out. And Blast Unicorn with the force out. Angela Death working that outside edge. Great footwork. One to beat and gone. GNR really relying on their defense right now. You're gonna be sorry. Great hit and force out. You're gonna be sorry. Last line of defense on Freddie Herfury. Now getting some help. Angela Death, long recycle by Nacho Lucky Day. Ooh. And Heather's looking to try to split that pack up. Freddie Herfury Still struggling against that GNR defense. Still on that first scoring pass. Angela Death on a fourth scoring pass now. Great defense here by both teams, clogging up that first turn. And that jam reaches its natural conclusion. 3 points for the Heathers. 4 points now for the Heathers, 15 for GNR. Your score now 27-35 in favor of Guns N' Rollers. Two-town cider, damn fine cider made here in the Pacific Northwest. And we have this. Is an official timeout at the moment? All right, so quickly, our officials are Nitsugi, Extra Crispy, Doesn't Matter, Darth Bling, Dilly Gaff, Jersey, and Ref Goldblum. And the NSOs, Queen of Catitude, D. Molly Shure, Samantha, Dramatic Cyborg, Doof Warrior, Andy Oakley, Mother Flippin' Artist, TJ, Amelia Bernhard, Scissor Switch, and Amy Farrell Fowler. All right, that official timeout is over. Mia Palau is your jammer for the Heathers, and that is zip for the Guns N' Rollers. Mia Palau, first out, grabs lead jammer. Zip squeezes past Blast Unicorn. Both jammers now out and eligible to score. There's the call off from Mia Palau. Mia Palau 1, Zip 0. WSL Leadership Coaching, helping you be more awesome in your work, sport, and life. All right, here we go. We have Force Musher and Liquor and Split as your jammers. And they're off. Liquor and Split tried that inside line, got denied by Stan the Woman and company. And that is a high block, I believe, on Liquor and Split. Force Musher out, finds that inside lane, one to beat. Kieran Duncan has to let Force Musher go, and that is a lead jam and a power jam for the Heathers. They are trailing now by by 7. So they could definitely use this. That is Stan the Woman heading to the penalty box. So 4-3 pack advantage for GNR right now. And no pack call. Force Musher through, 4 points. And the call off. Icing Liquor and Split. Liquor and Split. All right, good strategy there. Ninkasi, new beer alert. Ninkasi is now being served at Derby, so when you have a chance to get here, there is Ninkasi available at the bar. They've got a Prismatic IPA or yours truly easy drinking ale. All right, we have Headache with a power start. That was a penalty on Ziriosa. Ziriosa cleared the way for Headache there. Scratcher in the eye, looking to create some space. And there's the call off from Headache. Stan the Woman standing in the box, so this will be a 3-2 pack advantage for GNR to start the next jam. 3 points in the air. We are now at a tie game. We'd like to thank Myoptic Optometry and Shebop for being sponsors. All right, back to the action. Evangelical, Mia Palau are your jammers. Mia Palau looking for that outside edge, does not find it. Great defense by the short Heathers pack. Not your lucky day, Stan the Woman. Oh, we've got a penalty. Forearm penalty, Mia Palau. Power jam and pack advantage to GNR right now. Evangelical looking to take advantage. That is a diet pack right now Beans working at the back of the pack on Not Your Lucky Day. Penalty box starting to empty a bit. Evangelical getting a big shoulder there. Dips past Not Your Lucky Day, snags 4 points, reestablishes that GNR lead. Mia Palau back in the action. Oh! Nice little jammer hit and then bolts forward, gets through on the initial. And Evangelical says, all right, that's enough. 5 points on that jam. 40-35 is now your score. Do you know a business that would benefit by promoting at roller derby events? And to RCR members, email sponsorship at rosecityrollers.com or check our sponsorship info on rosecityrollers.com. All right. Angela Death, Force Musher are your jammers. Angela Death grabs lead jammer. We got a directional play on Bella Constrictor. And that is a star pass to the Blast Unicorn. Big hits there by number 345, Stab Mittens, to open a lane. GNR picked up 4 on that pass. Calls the jam, and we will be starting with a 4-3 pack advantage for GNR. Black Cat Plumbing, your local neighborhood plumbing company and a proud sponsor of RCR. We've got Headache and Zip behind that jam on Hawthorne. Jammer line, oh! Zip with the quick acceleration to the inside, grabs lead jammer. Headache bouncing, one to beat Kieran Duncan. Oh, you're gonna be sorry with the force out. Oh, no pass, no penalty. Headache through. And there's the call after 2 points. Quick jam there. Trailhead Credit Union, home of the 3% interest checking account. We're about halfway through this first period. 35-46 is your score. Freddie Herfury, Liquor and Split are your jammers. Liquor and Split looking for the outside edge, finds it. Grabs lead jammer Freddie Herfury. Meanwhile, recycle to the back of the pack. Stab Mittens, no pass, no penalty. Freddie Herfury through on the initial. Liquor and Split on that first scoring pass. Bounced out. Forearm call on Freddie Herfury. Liquor and Split now with a power jam. GNR looking to open up any sort of lane. Oh, there's that big seal on the inside. Rolls off Bella Constrictor. And Liquor and Split through for 4. Liquor and Split coming around for another scoring pass. Stab Mittens, Katie Quick and company looking to open holes in that Heathers defense. Oh, nice seal there on the inside. And there's the call off with Freddie Herfury standing in the penalty box. 8 points for Liquor and Split. Buffalo Gap Saloon and Eatery, John's Landing's favorite eatery and saloon. Death working inside to out, forced out. Big recycle. Freddie Herfury back from the penalty box into the thick of the action. Angela Death finds a lane right in the middle. Cap is off for Freddie Herfury. Looking for Stan the Woman. Star is dropped. So Stan hands that the helmet cover back to Freddie Herfury. Freddie Herfury through. Angela Death, penalty, track cut. Now a huge power jam for the Heathers. Kieran Duncan slowing that down. Close to an out of play, but Timed it just perfectly. Great hit there by Kieran Duncan. Freddie Herfield back in, engaging at the front of the pack, and Freddie Herfield grabs another 4 points. There is no lead jammer. This will go the full 2 minutes. That is Fleetwood Smack working at the front of the pack, trying to open up any sort of hole for Freddie Herfury. Angela Death caught at the back of the pack. Kieran Duncan looking for a star pass, grabs the star. Angela Death now blocking, so 3 points for Angela Death. Kieran Duncan now your jammer of record for GNR. Stan the Woman with a long recycle on Kieran Duncan. Kieran Duncan finds a lane on the outside. Both jammers through. Woo! That's 12-7 jam in favor of the Heathers. 48-61. Now your score with about 10 minutes left. Echo Construction, the friendly people at Echo Construction love custom home building, remodels, and roller derby. All right, jostling for position on that jam on Hawthorne jammer line. Mia Palau and Zip. Oh, Mia Palau tiptoes on the inside edge. Is lead jammer. Zip does the same on the outside. And Mia Palau with the call off. Grabbed, looks like 2 points. All right, next up we have Liquor and Split and Force Musher. And we have an official timeout. This timeout brought to you . All right, we are back. Liquor and Split pushing the front of the pack. Someone's getting a penalty. Oh, that would be Liquor and Split. Force Musher getting some offensive help. Nice hits there coming in by Shredder Cheese and Company. And Force Musher, your lead jammer on this power jam. All right. Oh, nice seal on the outside. Oh, that seal was so good it needed a mackerel. Force Musher coming around on a second scoring pass. You're gonna be sorry. Forces Force Musher inside. Force Musher tiptoes on the outside. Looks for, oh, big hit and the recycle. And Liquor back on the track. There's the call off. 4 points. This is now a 3-point game, 58-61, and we got a timeout from GNR. GNR watching its lead evaporate, decides to call a timeout. Good timeout. I'm a big fan of these change of momentum timeouts, try to break the momentum of the opposing team. All right, let Deb guide you home. Proud realtor sponsor of the Rose City Rollers. Find Deb Counts Tabor at welcometopdx.com. And while we're at it, we'd also like to thank Portland Vital Signs and Kay's Bar for being awesome sponsors. Thank you so much. Zeriosa, a little Blocker dance there. And we are about to get back to the action. It looks like Headache and Evangelical are your jammers.
We are super delayed. We're 12:36 games.
And there we go. Both jammers try the inside. Both jammers forced back. Evangelical finds just a tiny lane on the outside. Headache fakes the star pass to the Blast Unicorn. Katie Quick, though, sniffs that out and shuts it down. Evangelical powers through the inside. Headache one to beat, still one to beat. That is Alpha Bravo. Oh, forearm penalty. Nope, that's a high block. All right. Evangelical on the power jam. 8 points scored now. Oh, Evangelical powers the shoulder into the Blast Unicorn, calls the jam. 12 points for Evangelical. Evangelical was the top scorer last year for GNR. 362 points, 4.1 points per jam, and 53% lead per jam percentage. All right, so we have, it looks like Zip starting on this power start. Oh, great work by Kieran Duncan. You're gonna be sorry. Created a great lane on the outside. Zip didn't even have to work for that. Just find the hole and take it. Not your lucky day with a force out, but also went out, so Zip back in, grabs 3, no pass, no penalty on Not Your Lucky Day there. Lauren Forcer, big hit. Oh, there goes Headache out of the box, through on the initial. Both jammers coming around, and Zip just calls it. 58-80 is your score right now. Just under 6 minutes left. I'd like to thank team sponsors for the Heathers, Killer Burger and K-Fit, also East Gleason Pizza and Heathers Bees Flowers. Thank you for supporting the Heathers. All right, we have an official timeout brought to you again by Trailhead Credit Union. Heathers coach Hamtramck looking dapper in the long-tailed coat out there.
I'm just gonna sit here. Can I trouble you to move, step like one little bit?
All right, we are coming back to the action. Looks like Freddie Herfury and trying to read that. Angela Death. There we go. Angela Death pushing in front of the pack, bouncing through. Heather's defense tightening. All right, here comes some offense. Payne Goodall created, I think, enough of the havoc. Angela Death through. Freddie Herfury also through, but AD is the lead jammer. Quick pass, snags 4 points, calls that, giving GNR a 4-2 pack advantage going into the next jam. Next up, we're going to have a liquor and split. And I believe Mia Palau, if I can see most of that number. And another official timeout, a very brief one. Back to the action. So 5 seconds, there we go. Liquor and split looks for the outside lane, takes it. Mia Palau working against a full pack. All right, maybe one of those penalties was erased for the Heathers because they are at fourth, 3-pack disadvantage. Oh, Mia Palau, beautiful spin move. Draws a penalty from Stab. Oh, Liquor with a great apex jump. Oh, a nice apex jump for having very little momentum to go into it. Well done. 4 points grabbed, calls that jam. 58-88 is your score with 3 minutes and about 45 seconds left. Tonkin.com, the largest selection of new and used autos in the Pacific Northwest. Only a click away, Tonkin.com. All right, for Smusher and Zip. Oh, Zip just going over Ziriosa, but gets a penalty for it. For Smusher now has an opportunity to grab lead jammer. Down by 30. The Heathers really need this. Oh, big penalties. 4-1 pack advantage right now. For the Heathers. Oh, that is a tough road for Katie Quick. There's the call off. Oh, brilliant timing on that. So that looks like they're going to send out Headache for a 4-1 pack advantage start. Got a feel for Beans. But yeah, you are all alone. This is the kind of power start a Jammer dreams of. Stand the one man, trying to slow down Beans. Establish that position. There goes Headache grabbing lead Jammer. GNR getting 2 blockers back. 4-3 pack advantage now for the Heathers. Oh, Headache coming in fast and getting stuffed by that GNR defense. Beans with the recycle. Zip now back on the track. Stab giving some offensive help. Oh, 1 to beat. That's going to be a low block on Nacho Lucky Day. Polly Pushy Pants trips up. Heather's blocker gets a penalty for that. And Headache through for 4. Great defense by GNR. Terrible starting position for them, and they recovered nicely, only giving up 4 points so far. Headache back in. There's the call off. And 6 points. For starting that jam in a 4-1 pack disadvantage and with their jammer in the box. I mean, 4 out of 5 skaters started that jam in the box, and they only gave up 6 points on it. That is great work by GNR. About a minute left. We got Mia Palau, Evangelical. 2 Wheels of Justice skaters facing off behind that jammer line. Oh, Evangelical with the force out, the jammer force out. With a 30-point lead, GNR can afford to sit on this. Just run the clock out. Oh, Mia Palau, though, coming back in. 1 to beat. Kieran Duncan. Oh, Mia Palau grabs lead jammer, but Evangelical snakes past. All right, we've got... I'm thinking Hamtrak's going to call a timeout before this clock expires. The jam clock will expire before the period clock, and there's the timeout. Official review being called by GNR. We will see what's going to happen with that. In the meantime, since we've got some time, let's talk about some more of our sponsors. Killer Burger. 5 minutes of burgers, beer, and bottomless fries. That is Killer Burger. Their location in Selwood is a great place to grab lunch or dinner before a bout or after. I know I am personally a big fan on Sundays when it's time for a juniors bout. Hit Killer Burger on the way in. Oh, yeah. Gets the day started right. All right, I'm guessing that official review is used as a timeout. We are going to have Angela Death and Freddie Herfury as your jammers. All right, the intermission clock has ticked to 0. We'll be back to the action shortly. We hope. So we will be starting with a power start for Headache and the Heathers. 88-72 is your score right now in favor of GNR. So 4-3 pack advantage as well for the Heathers. So this is a good opportunity to try to dial back a little bit of that lead. Headache up to the front. Headache off to the penalty box. So that power start turns bad for the Heathers. Angela Death back on the track. Bounces off of a hit, grabs lead jammer, and now that power jam is in favor of GNR. Last Unicorn looking to contain the outside, but great work by GNR to clear an inside lane. Angela Death sees it and takes it and calls that jam. So we're back to a 30-point lead for GNR after the first jam of the second half. And we will see Zip in a power start. And there we go. Heathers drifting forward, followed by those GNR blockers. Zip looking for any sort of inside lane. Nacho Lucky Day shutting that down. Shredder Cheese, Stan the Woman, locking down Zip. Headache back from that penalty box. The no sponsor at the moment penalty box. And there we go. Oh, Headache forced out and recycled. That is 76 Alpha Bravo with that. And we finally have a lead jammer 42 seconds in. That is Zip. Headache has pulled the star, looking for that star pass to Stan the Woman. Oh, that is Scratcher in the eye. Being sent, Headache out. There's the call off. 4 points in the air for GNR. 72-96 your score right now. Secret Aardvark, the local made flavor that kicks you in the mouth. Sorry, having trouble with math. That's a 24-point lead. Never mind. All right, there we go. Liquor and split, Mia Palau. Oh, Mia Palau looking for that inside lane. Oh, Bean shuts it down. Liquor and split takes the outside route, grabs the lead jammer. That was a huge hit that Beans laid on to Mia Palau. Liquor and split coming in on a scoring pass. Looking, puts on the Jets. Calls the jam. And that is now triple digits for GNR, 28-point lead. So we got Force Smusher for the Heathers. Evangelical for GNR. Starting up for Jam 4. There's the whistle. They are off. Oh, Force Smusher. Look for that inside lane, and it was denied. Long drawback. That is Alpha Bravo playing some offense for Evangelical. Evangelical almost finding a gap, and finally does. Create some space between Stan the Woman and Nacho Lucky Day. Force Smusher looking for the outside, finds it. Evangelical now back in the pack on a scoring pass. Evangelical looking with an eye towards the bench. There's the call off. Smart play there by GNR. Another 4 points in the air. And we're now at a 32-point lead. So yeah, there is no sponsor for the penalty box. So if you know a business that would benefit by promoting at roller derby events and to RCR members, email sponsorship at rosecityrollers.com or check our sponsorship info on rosecityrollers.com. And there's the whistle. Angela Death pushing to the front of the pack. Gets recycled long way back. Kieran Duncan getting pounded by Freddie Herfury. Freddie Herfury moving to the front of that pack. Oh, here comes some offense. Looks like Blast Unicorn. Oh, there goes Angela Death. Just found a tiny little bit of space on the outside. That's all she needed. And we got a star pass. Blast Unicorn. Now you're jamming for the Heathers. And Angela Death back in. Bouncing off hips. Looking for any points. Got two. Called that jam. Jam on Hawthorne, Portland's best vegan-friendly, booze-friendly, kid-friendly, omnivore-friendly, everybody-friendly breakfast. And sponsor of the Jammer Line. And on that Jam on Hawthorne Jammer Line, we have Headache in the blue, Zip in the black. There's the whistle. Both jammers engaged. Oh, we got a penalty. Looks like multiplayer on somebody. All right, that is not your lucky day. Heading out on a multiplayer. Pack advantage now for Guns and Rollers. That looks like Hound of Bad Askerville's up at the front, playing some offense for Zip. There's a track cut. Yep, that would be another Heather in the box. So 4-2 pack advantage right now. Headache through on the initial, though. Oh, Stanley, man, great force out. But looks like Zip grabbed those points. 4 points in the air for GNR. None for the Heathers. It's been a big run to start this half for GNR. GNR started in a bad spot with that only one blocker on the track for the first jam and have just played great defense, great offense, and have really been pouring it on. Liquor and Split, your lead jammer. Mia Palau looking for any sort of hole. You're gonna be sorry. Playing like an octopus there, just not giving any space for Mia Palau. Oh, Mia Palau finds a tiny gap there, exploits it. Liquor and Split back in the pack. Oh, great offense by GNR. Liquor and Split had a clear lane, took it, grabbed four, called that jam. We would like to thank our sponsors, Red Bull and Fran's Bakery. And that is a timeout by the Heathers. That is definitely a momentum timeout. I don't have a stat sheet in front of me, but I'm pretty sure that the Heathers haven't scored in the past 6 jams. So now's a great time to take that minute for the timeout. Just think about things, reset emotionally, and come on out. There's still 21 minutes, 51 seconds left in this. They're down by 42, which is not an insurmountable lead in roller derby. They can make this up. They just need to get in, get focused, and do it.
Are we done with the scoreboard? Like, are we trying to get back at the half, or are we just going to give up on it? He's
And they are coming back in from that timeout. We're going to see Evangelical for GNR, for Smusher for the Heathers. And for Smusher, push to the front of the pack, gets slowed down, has to reset. Evangelical looking for pull on the outside. Stab tries to play some offense. Evangelical spinning, finds a lane, grabs lead jammer. For Smusher though, hot on her heels, and it is a foot race. Evangelical content to just kill a couple of seconds. When you got the lead, burn the clock. All right, Freddie Herfury for the Heathers, Angela Death for the GNR. Everybody packed onto that Jam on Hawthorne jammer line. GNR splits, plays a little zone, finds Freddie Herfury. Oh, Angela Death getting drawn back deep by the Blast Unicorn. Great work there by that Heathers defense. Lauren Forster tries to open a hole, but once again, Angela Death on the long recycle. Freddie Herfury forced out by You've Got to Be Sorry. Oh, Angela Death one to beat. There it is, lead jammer, AD. Oh, Freddie Herfury looking for Blast Unicorn on that star pass. And Freddie Herfury out on her own. Doesn't need that star pass. Angela Death back in. There's the call off. That looks like 4 points in the air. Bring the best of classic and modern cinema to Portland, Laurelhurst Theater and Pub. Went to see Little Women over there a few days ago. Good movie. Great theater. All right, we have an official timeout brought to you by Trailhead Credit Union. That penalty box is empty right now. That looks like Mia Palau and Zip. Mia Palau pushing to the front of that pack, getting locked in behind Nacho Lucky Day. Oh, Zip grabbing lead jammer. Mia Palau looking for that star pass. Stan the Woman up at the front. We're going to take that star. And Zip through, grabs 4. Mia Palau gets reset. That is behind Katie Quick and company. Zip back in. Mia Palau still looking for that star pass. Gets some space on the outside, takes it, dances around Kieran Duncan. Great effort there by Stan the Woman, but Zip just calls that anyways. Another 4 points on that pass, 8 total, 72-126, your score right now. And Liquorin split, headache. Little jammer love before the start of this jam. Payne Goodall and company waiting for headache. Liquorin split hits to the front of the pack. Bella Constrictor and company laying in the hurt. And headache. For the first time in a while, Heathers have the lead jammer. Liquorin split through. And, oh, Liquorin split, grabs 4 points. Headache grabs 2. This half is definitely rolling GNR's way. Just over 17 minutes left. 74-130 is your score. GNR with that big lead that they've been extending all half long. After going 0-7 this season, they're looking for Paradise City today. And we've got Evangelical for Smusher. Pushing the front of the pack. Hellslinger and company slowing her down. Evangelical looking for that outside lane. That's where Evangelical likes to live. And Evangelical grabs that lead jammer. For Smusher pulls the star. No pivot right now to hand that star to, though. But here comes Blast Unicorn coming back. Oh, Blast Unicorn takes the handoff. That's about the third or fourth time Blast Unicorn's taken that star. And Evangelical says, yep, we're done. 3 points in the air, 133-74 GNR. Nightlight Lounge, RCR sponsor since day one, and a fantastic spot for food, drinks, and a fantastic patio. Maybe not a fantastic night for a patio tonight, but you know, when the weather's better. All right, Freddie Herfury, Angela Death. Angela Death looking for the outside edge. Comes back inside. Freddie Herfury knocked out of bounds inside, resets. Both jammers in. Angela Death finds just a tiny gap, takes it, lead jammer. Freddie Herfury, star is off. Looking for Scratcher, gives it to Scratcher. Scratcher has to get past the Heathers defense. Scratcher through. Both jammers now engaged. GNR content to run this. Guess they're figuring Scratcher might be more of a blocker, less of a jammer, and that they can take advantage of this. Oh, nice recycle by Blast Unicorn. And there's a call off. 3 points for both jammers. Good work there by the Heathers pivot. All right, next up we're going to see Mia Palau and Zip. Defense is resetting right there, right before the whistle. Zip getting locked in. Lauren Forster coming up to play some offense. Mia Palau wanted to beat, but that one is Katie Quick, who just locks that inside edge. Oh, Zip getting that lead jammer call, but now getting recycled. Mia Palau pushing the front of the pack. Mia Palau with the beautiful spin move. Zip has that lead jammer. And there's the call off. No points for either team on that jam, but given the time remaining, that jam works in GNR's favor. Hope y'all are having a great time. Feel free to put any comments in the comments section there. And we are coming back. We got Headache, Liquor, and Split as your jammers. Oh, Liquor found a big hole on the inside, took it. Headache getting reset. And track cut. Came in just a few inches too far in front, apparently. So this is now a power jam for Liquor and Split. Liquor and Split just running over Bellick and Strichter. Wow. That's definitely power jamming right there on a power jam. Liquor coming in. GNR doing a great job breaking up that Heathers defense. Heathers reforming though, extending, and they gotta let Liquor go. And there's the call off. Got just over 12 minutes left to go. Headache standing in the penalty box. Evangelical alone on that jam on Hawthorne jammer line. Hannibal Askerville's in company. Opening a lane on the outside. Evangelical takes it. Evangelical back in. Not your lucky day, forcing Evangelical into the teeth of the Heathers defense. Evangelical with the spin. Oh, that was a revelation right there. 4 points in the air for Evangelical. And Headache finally through. Evangelical coming in. Oh, was looking, I think, for an apex jump, but found the back of Katie quick. So her own blocker shut that down, unfortunately. (77-148) with just over 11 minutes left to go. We got Zip and Blast Unicorn. Blast Unicorn has had the star a number of times tonight on star passes, but this is their first time starting with that jammer star. At this point, I mean, the Heathers, doesn't hurt them to shake things up. Oh, Zip, though, finds the inside lane, grabs the lead jammer. Blast Unicorn looking to power through that GNR defense. Zip coming in. Oh, Kieran Duncan tries to open an outside lane. Zip takes that block. Great work there by Kieran Duncan. You can credit those 4 points to them. Oh, you've got to be sorry. Great hit, great force out and recycle on the Blast Unicorn. Blast Unicorn getting some offensive help. Blast Unicorn pulls the star, and Scratcher takes that star. And apparently he's going to have to give that star back. Blast Unicorn takes the star and is off. Gotta love it when that star pass doesn't actually work out so well. All right, another 4 points in the air for Zip. Blast Unicorn comes in, dips in, grabs 4 points. Well done. And we've got a timeout from GNR. That is, looks like an official review. While they're talking about that, let's talk about some other things. If you're drinking an RCR-sponsored beverage, grabbing some grub at an RCR sponsor, show our sponsors some love on social media and tag your photos with hashtag RCR sponsor. You'll be entered to win a pair of VIP tickets to one of our bouts. And let's see, calling all youth. Our junior skater orientation is coming up on January 19th. No experience necessary. Sign up at rosecityrollers.com. And also on the 19th, our adult skater orientation. And you can also register there at rosecityrollers.com. So if you're interested in skating or know a kid who's interested in skating, or if you're a kid who knows an adult who's interested in skating, now's a great chance. Hit those orientations, sign up there, rosecityrollers.com. And while the Zebras are hurting up, I thought there was going to be a dance party, but that just fizzled out. If you're enjoying tonight's action, snag your tickets now for the Break Neck Betties versus the Heartless Heathers on January 24th, or the High Rollers versus the Guns N' Rollers on the 25th of January. Tickets available, rosecityrollers.com. All right, about 2 minutes into this official review. And looks like Nitsugi's talking with the two coaches. And let's see what Nitsugi has to say. All right, whatever GNR was looking for, the officials did not agree. They lose their official review, although I mean, with a 79-point lead at this point and 9 minutes and 39 seconds, I don't think they're going to miss it. All right, we got Evangelical, Mia Palau as your jammers. Mia Palau looking for the front of that pack. 3-2 pack advantage for the Heathers. Oh, hounded bad Askervilles and Beans. Great work forcing out Mia Palau. Oh, there goes Mia Palau spinning. Oh, Beans, great hit. And Beans got a penalty, but Evangelical gets lead jammer. You know, sometimes there are good penalties, and that was a great penalty by Beans. Oh, Mia Palau finding a lane. GNR content to run some clock, get some people back out of the penalty box. Oh, Mia Palau goes airborne over the back of Yoganabe. Sorry. That Apex jump grabbed 4 points. And Stab picking up another penalty. So Stab, not sure going in with 1 or 2, but hitting that penalty box. GNR, though, back to at least 3 blockers. Mia Palau racking up the points right now. Evangelical just calls it, limits the damage 16-2. That was something that the Heathers really, really needed right there. 97-162 is the score. Just over 8 minutes left. We're looking to start Jam 19 here. And we're going to see Force Musher and Zip. 4-3 pack advantage right now for the Heathers. Force Musher and Zip looking for the inside lane. Force Musher had the advantage, takes it. Zip now locked into that Heathers defense. Blast Unicorn, big recycle. Now Zip running into the back of that defense. Force Musher pushing to the front. 2 to beat. Alpha Bravo and company. And that would be Payne Goodall. Great work there by that GNR defense, but they got to let Force Musher go. Oh, Zip. Great footwork there. Now through on the initial. Force Musher coming in on a second scoring pass. And there's the call off. 3 points. 7 points total on that jam. 104-162 in favor of GNR. But that's 21 points that the Heathers have clawed back in the last 2 jams. I mean, it's still a 58-point difference with just under 7 minutes to go, but it's not crazy to think that Heathers could claw back in. Once more, 4-3 pack advantage. Freddie Herfury, Angela Death are your jammers. Angela Death looking for that inside lane. Gets forced back by Shredder. Nope, that is Ice Cream Cone. And Freddie Herfury grabs lead jammer. Penalty box is empty. Freddie coming back in. Oh. Angela Death pulled the cap. Runs in to stand the one man. Oh, there's the pass. Hound of bad Askervilles. Freddie Herfury forced out, recycled. And there's the call off. Any points on that? And timeout there by the Heartless Heathers. Another 6 points. 110-162. 52-point gap separating these two teams with 5 minutes and 58 seconds left. WSL Leadership Coaching, helping you be more awesome in your work, sport, and life.
Some monster gave us a thumbs down. Yes.
All right, who watching put the thumbs down out there? This is some good derby here. Come on, people. All right, we got Liquor and Split in the black, Headache in the blue. The jammers are off. Headache pushing the front against You Gonna Be Sorry, Kieran Duncan and company. Oh, Blast Unicorn with the force out and recycle on Liquor. Oh, Liquor and Split was reaching for the star, but saw an inside lane, took it. Headache in, calls that jam. Oh, no points awarded for either jammer. That jam then can definitely be racked up in favor of GNR. Once again, 52-point gap, 5 minutes left. Mia Palau, Evangelical are your jammers starting for jam 22. There we go, Evangelical getting locked up at that jam on Hawthorne jammer line. Stanley Woman and company working hard there. Mia Palau looks for that inside lane. That was Katie Quick who shut that down. Polly Pushy Pants, Hannah Van Askervilles as well. Both jammers struggling against these defenses. Oh, Evangelical, just as I say it, creates some separation, blasts through, and lead jammer. Mia Palau spinning, twisting against that GNR defense. Evangelical gets recycled. So does Mia Palau. Evangelical through for 4. First points in a couple of jams there for GNR. And we got a star pass to Scratcher. Jammer record now for the Heathers. I mean, if you have to have a jammer give away the star and go to defense, Mia Palau is really, really good at it. All-star defender for the Wheels of Justice, so she is a multifaceted threat on the track, with or without the star. All right. We have a timeout being called by the Heathers. They are out of timeouts. They have their official review, which they can use as a timeout or as an official review. They're down by 59 points with 3 minutes and 50 seconds left. Force Smusher and Zip. Force Smusher running into the back of Zip. Sort of breaks up the Heathers blocking. Heathers reforming. Oh, Zip heading to the penalty box on a contact penalty. That is now a power jam. Becomes Blast Unicorn, Scratcher, Zeriosa. Trying to open a hole for Force Smusher. Force Musher doing a great job on her first bout for the home teams. And I feel like as a ref, you'll build up a lot of stamina because you're skating a lot, but you're also not getting hit a lot. And I'm sure all that pounding is taking its toll on all the jammers at this point. 58 minutes in, fatigue is definitely setting in. Force Musher, though, great work pushing to the front. And Zip through, but not lead jammer. Force Musher and grabs it, immediately calls that off. That's great awareness right there. But that is a 0-0 jam. By the time this next one starts, there will be less than 2 minutes left, 59-point gap. Theoretically still achievable, but probably not at this point. Angela Death, Freddie Herfury are your jammers. Not your lucky day. Great blocking. Great awareness by Freddie Herfury to follow that block. Oh, Stan the Woman with the force out and recycle on AD. AD back in. Freddie Herfury looks for the inside. Hound of Bad Askerville shuts that down. Speaking of shutdown, Angela Death, long recycle. Freddie Herfury still on a first scoring pass. GNR not giving anything up though. Katie Quick extending. Hound of Bad Askerville's finally has to let Freddie Herfury go. 4 points up. Oh, nice work. Freddie Herfury comes in, gives Katie Quick enough of a hit to create just the opening needed. Oh, Freddie Herfury, nope. Freddie Herfury grabs another 4. That's 12 points so far. Time ticking down. Less than 40 seconds on the jam clock. Forearm penalty. That is one blocker down for the Heathers. Angela Death still on that initial. Stan the Woman with the force out and recycle. There's the call off coming in, and Hamtramck calls the official review, using it as a timeout. That is brilliant clock management. 7 seconds left on the clock. This is now 125 to 169. All right, my math was wrong earlier, but all right, we got a 44-point differential. So without the jammer lap point, 44, that is 11 unanswered jams that the Heathers need, or 11 unanswered laps that the Heathers need to tie this up. Probably not going to happen, but good on them for giving it a shot. So we're going to see Liquor and Split and Mia Palau as your final jammers for tonight. Well, for the first bout. We'll be back for another bout, so stay tuned for that one. Timeout has come to an end. There's the 5-second call. And there we go. 4-3 pack advantage for GNR right now. Liquor and Split moves to the front, grabs lead jammer. And we got a star pass to the Blast Unicorn. Liquor and Split calls it, and 125-169 is your unofficial score. I'm still waiting on the official final, but I think it's pretty safe to say that this is going to be a victory for the Guns and Rollers. We'll have MVPs soon. There we go. That is your official final score. 169-125. GNR over the Heartless Heathers. GNR, after going winless last season, notches a win in their first bout. So good on them. Hope you all had a great time. I know I did. And there we go. GNR on the victory lap. All right, we will be back in just a bit for the second bout. That will be the High Rollers and the Break Neck Betties. We will see you back then. The King will be taking over for that one. My name is Puns and Roses. Hope you all had a great time, and see you soon.
that's the volume. check one. Well, hello there, Derby fans, and welcome to season 15 for the Rose City Rollers home team bouts here. I'm the King, and I will be discussing some Derby over the next hour or so. We're going to see the Break Neck Betties in this game 2 take on the High Rollers, and this should be an epic battle. These two teams have faced off many times, and as you could imagine, over the 15 years, we have seen many losses and many wins for both of these teams. Since 2016, as a matter of fact, these teams are 4-4. That would be 4 wins and 4 losses. So I'm expecting some really good action tonight. There's a lot of new skaters out there for both of these teams as they bring them out. And I would just like to go through each one of these rosters real quick. For the High Rollers, you're going to see Dakota Evans. For also going to see Kassassin, Lurs Lemon, Ebenezer Bruise, Crimson Wave, Minstrel Psycho, Polywana Cracker, Pixie, Big Bang Fury, Diana Hitcha, Nougat Knockout, Ditch Witch, Coupe de Grace, Phyllis Sting, and Mayday. Now for the Break Neck Betties, you're gonna see Poundstooth, Beyond Thunderdame, Sprout, Susan B. Animosity, Tenacity, Carl, Toxic Haste, Lita Kahlo, Ovarian Barbarian, Jaws 2, Lady Jaws, Smelter Skelter, Spring Roll, and Danger Potato, Your Mom's Favorite, and Fear Near Us. We're going to get the roll out here for both of these teams. And here come the High Rollers.
Wait, where was it? McSassin.
Now, as you may know, for the folks at home, the Rose City Rollers recently won the Hydra once again. They've brought that Hydra home many times, but they had to win it back this year. And they, once again, are the world champions. There's a lot of skaters you will see that do participate in the Wheels of Justice. Throughout this season, you'll see a lot of home team skaters who do participate in both teams. And we've got a great program here in Rose City. Our home team announcers are getting everybody riled up for this. We're going to be bringing out the Break Neck Betties for their skate out here in just a few short seconds. And we'll get this action underway. We have a record-breaking 60 season ticket holders this year. So if you have not come down and watched the Rose City Rollers here at the hangar, we do still have season tickets on sale. You should get down here and get involved so you can check this all out. Yep, here comes your Break Neck Betties. Here they are, the Break Neck Betties. Crowd goes wild. They are your last season's home team champions. And they have lots of big fan bases here. I've been here for all 15 years, and yeah, they have always had a strong following. As you may have remembered, the High Rollers also faced off against them in last year's championship. And that final score was Break Neck Betties 158 to High Rollers 130. They've had a history of staying close. Previously in that year, the High Rollers beat them 130 to 122. So, you know, it's one of those where you've got two great teams that face off against each other, and I can't wait till the action starts because it's anyone's game. Also for my folks at home, your mom's favorite always comes out here with this jaw makeup that has all kinds of spiky teeth looking there. It's always entertaining to see the makeup that these skaters do come out with. I see the officials now taking the track. Here come your High Rollers. I'm sure you're going to get a cheer from the Break Neck Betties, and we will get this jam on. Ovarian Barbarian's going to be out there for the Break Neck Betties as their jammer. Break Neck Betties having an interesting lineup, and they all slide back together to make a pack. And just like that, Ovarian Barbarian finds an opening on the inside line, runs to freedom as your lead jammer. In hot pursuit, Polly want to crack her, but she's still got about a half a track to catch up there. This pack was very fast, slows down. Ovarian Barbarian looks over their shoulder, confirms Polly is still outside of the pack, calls this one dead. So it is a 4-0 lead. Very fast jam, 30 seconds, not even barely ticked off the clock. And we are going to get jam number 2 in this game headed out there. Penalty box is empty, so you're going to have 4-on-4 in the blocking war. And we are going to see Spring Roll as your jammer for the Break Neck Betties. Lures Lemon is your jammer out there for the High Roller. Lures Lemon comes out like a rocket, ends up on the other side through the apex, and that's your lead jammer. Spring Roll whips off that star, is looking for help, tries to find an opening on the inside line. Skate glided just tenderly outside of the top of that apex, and they've got to go back and start again. Nice three-wall being set up by the High Rollers, absolutely shutting down Spring Roll. Lures Lemon, on the other hand, comes through on the other side, picking up all 4 points. Mayday in there is doing a nice job wrecking things, trying to help her jammer out. Lures Lemon gets in. Oh! Big tumble. Big Bang Fury went down at the end of that. Everybody looks okay. 2 quick points, adding to the 4 previous points put up, so that is going to be 6 for the High Rollers. Like I said, I expect a slugfest as we got 28 minutes still left in this first half. You're going to see number 7. Excuse me. Yep, that is Kassassin out there going up against Tenacity. Now, if you remember, Tenacity is quite the blocker. Played for Wheels of Justice last year, and I'm excited to see them in a jamming position right now. 00 Dakota Evans headed to the penalty box. And just like that, Kassassin gets out on the other side as your lead jammer. Oh, Pixie with a beautiful hit at the top of the apex, taking Tenacity right on outside. Kassassin gets through at the front of the pack, picking up 4 points. Beyond Thunderdame heads to the penalty box after an assessment to them. And Tenacity finds an opening on the outside line just for a brief moment. A swing and a miss by Diana Hitcha. Kassassin comes in, picks up 4 points, calls off this jam. 1 point being picked up, though, by Tenacity with a little burst of speed right there at the end. 8 points being put on the board for the High Rollers, bringing their total to 14 so far in this game. I would like to give a shout out to Jam on Hawthorne. The second year they've been with us. Fantastic place to go and have brunch. Jam on Hawthorne. Probably want a cracker second time on the line going up against Carl. Carl is out first, but gets knocked out of bounds, has to go back and start again. Oh, and Polly want a cracker, I believe, got a multiplayer block. If I saw that correctly, that's going to put Carl in a power jam. Great opportunity for the Break Neck Betties, who right now are down by 9. Carl gets escorted out of bounds by Minstrel Psycho, who has been around the league for quite a long time. And just like that, Carl gets through on the other side, picks up 4 points, and continues to run. All 4 blockers are on the track for each one of these teams. Beyond Thunderdame with a beautiful job on the outside, playing some offense, opens everything up and makes it real easy for Carl to pick up those points. Little jammer hit from Polly, taking out Carl, and now they're going to play a little defense in the back. Ooh. Polly want a cracker now. After serving time in the penalty box, is still trying to find a way to get out of that pack. Multiplayer pack call, is going to be assessed to, they had a little jammer dosey or a little blocker dosey-do in that point. I think that is Sprout of Control that just went and had a seat. 12 points now so far on the board. Another 4 coming up. That makes 16 for Carl, who is having the jam of their life so far. 4 points being put up for Polly want a cracker, and this is a tight game, 21-18. Break Neck Betties take that lead right on back. Ovarian Barbarian heads out there with the star for the Break Neck Betties. And, well, I think that is Lurs Lemon. Yes, that is. That is Lurs Lemon. There's a slight pack advantage for the High Rollers. They've got all 4 of their blockers out there. Only 3 out there for the Break Neck Betties. But as you know, with Betties' defense, they're strong. Nice hit out by Beyond Thunderdame, but Beyond Thunderdame did step out, and that is going to allow Lurs Lemon to take off. Woo! What a jump! Beyond Thunderdame tried to catch them on the other side, but Lurs Lemon says, it don't matter. I've already got my 4 points, and I'm heading for more. Yeah, Break Neck Betties got to get some eyes in the back of their head or do something, because there's another 4 points for Lurs Lemon. That's 8 in this jam, and High Rollers take the lead back 26-21. Just under 24 minutes left in this game, or half, excuse me. Kassassin taking the track, going up against Spring Roll with the stars on their helmets. And we will see a pack advantage now benefiting the Break Neck Betties, as they have all 4 of their blockers out there, and the High Rollers are short. Oh, and a cut track on Spring Roll. They thought they were free to go, but not so much. This is going to be a power jam benefiting Kassassin. And if you've ever watched Kassassin skate, holy smokes, they've got some speed and jumps. There's a whistles going on all over the place. I believe there's a high block someplace. I'm not sure who they're yelling at, but somebody's in trouble. Oh, it's Sprout of Control. They are headed back to the penalty box. 4 points picked up by Kassassin, bringing their total to 30 so far. And Spring Roll still standing in the penalty box. Beautiful offense being played. Couldn't have made it more easy for Kassassin to get through, and she picks up all them points for every one of those blockers. Spring Roll is back out of the penalty box after serving time Stuck in turn 2, though, against Coop, Big Bang Fury, and Mayday. Not a grouping I would want to have to contend with. Another 4 points picked up by Kassassin by an easy pass, and finally Spring Roll out of the pack on their initial pass. Kassassin comes in, bumps, and gets out and around, calls it off before Spring Roll can do anything. That's 16 ginormous points, and with that, the High Rollers now doubling the Break Neck Betties score. It's 42-21. But we got a lot of game left, and as you know in the game of Derby, 21 points ain't 21. I mean, it really isn't nothing. You can catch that up in no time. Yep, you're going to see tenacity once again out there for the Break Neck Betties, and I think that's Nuga Knockout. That's the first time we've seen Nuga Knockout with a star on their helmet tonight. Both jammers engage that pack. They're bouncing from inside to out and back again. Ooh, Toxic Haste all over Nuga Knockout. Excellent lateral movement and blocking. Toxic Haste, of course, has been around a while, started in her junior program, and just a fabulous blocker. Nuga Knockout comes on the inside line. Excellent glide through. Your mom's favorite takes him out of bounds. Toxic Haste leads him back, and there is a cut track being called on Nuga Knockout. This is exactly the kind of thing they need. They need to go get Tenacity out, though. And when I say they, I mean the Break Neck Betties. Tenacity gets out the other side with beautiful offense. The last line of offense on that was Sprout of Control, stopping any kind of opposition from the High Rollers. Tenacity comes back in, and here comes the offense from the Break Neck Betties. Tenacity is insisting on going up that inside line, though, and I believe the offense is coming from out. They need to go out. That's all right. Time has been served by Nuga Knockout. Nuga Knockout comes in and starts banging along, looking for an opportunity to get out of that pack. 4 points put on the board by Tenacity, and 4 points put on the board for Nuga Knockout in that last pass. Wow, that is just a cluster right there on that inside line. Everybody, ooh. Tenacity picking up a low block. It looked like almost incidental contact. Oh, and they're going to bring Nuga Knockout back on. Okay, it looked like incidental contact. Nuga Knockout went down, took out a blocker at the ankles. Looks like both of them were going to get the call, but then it was overridden, and they've got her back out on the track. This jam comes to an end. 1 more point. They just keep putting fingers up, confusing these announcers up here. 2 points picked up by Nuga Knockout at the very end of that, bringing the total to 6. Tenacity had 8 before going to the penalty box. So we've got a score right now of 48-29, 19 minutes left in this first half. Polly Cracker down there all by herself in a power jam to get things started. All 4 blockers from both teams are out on the track. Just engage right through the middle. Big opening. Couldn't have made it any easier. Beautiful, beautiful offense being played by the High Rollers right there. Coop tore that little pack apart for a brief moment, but they recovered quite nicely. Sprout of Control was the last line of defense, and 4 more points were put on the board. Tenacity is back in after serving their time in the box, and they are looking for a way to get out. Oh, what a nice move in turn 1 on the outside, but Polly Cracker gets shut down by the incredible defense of the Break Neck Betties. Oh my gosh. There's a pile up at the top of that apex. Looks like a forearm call did get picked up. That's going to be Jaws, 2 Lady Jaws headed to the penalty box. Polly Cracker gets stuck at the corner number 1, tries to make it through the outside, and finally gets past Susan B. Animosity to pick up 4 points. That's a grand total of 8 in that jam. Wow, there is just a lot going on out there, and we are going to have another slight pack advantage for the High Rollers here. Both jammers will start on the track. You're going to see Lurs Lemon once again. And they will be going up against Danger Potato, first time tonight with the star on helmet. Danger Potato, such a great derby name, by the way. So out of the pack, Lures Lemon is your lead jammer. Danger Potato banging off every green shirt out there. They seem to do a great job recycling, though. High Rollers continue to get in front. Lures Lemon, on the other hand, blasts through, and if you give Lures Lemon a full head of steam like that, it's real hard to slow Lures Lemon down. Break Neck Betties set up in the straightaway and do take out Lures Lemon. They're going to set up in turn 2, and they're going to bridge it back like that. Dangerous move with Lures Lemon, but they're doing a fantastic job. Beyond Thunder Dame did a great time, had a great time shutting that down. Ooh, Lures Lemon getting a devastating hit on the outside. That's going to be from Jaws too. Lures Lemon trying to make way up the outside line in turn 3. There is a cat pass beyond Thunder Dame for the Break Neck Betties. Comes out with the star. Lures Lemon goes down, calling it off. I always like that little matrix move where a person's like, I'm trying to call it, before they hit the ground. So there will be a timeout on the track. I believe this timeout is going to benefit, I think, the Break Neck Betties. They need to reel it in and have a discussion, as the High Rollers have had a couple really good jams. They've strung together, and they're making it look really easy out there. They're playing smooth, and best of all, they're playing together. They're playing a very smart game. Hey, well, we got a couple seconds of time. I want to give a quick shout-out to Vicasa, Voodoo Donuts, PDX Pipeline, and Porque No Taqueria. Porque No, by the way, has been a longtime sponsor of the Rose City Rollers. You know why I'm paying bills? I'm also going to thank Sisu Mouth Guards. It's actually the mouth guard I use when I skate, and I suggest everybody use it too because it is a good mouth guard. That's all I got. All right, so Casassa down there will be going up against, I believe that is Ovarian Barbarian. Yes, it is. I had to take my glasses off for a second to see them numbers from over here, but that is who it is. This should be a great matchup. Very strong jammers, both of them are. Ovarian Barbarian getting a big hit out there, ends up on the deck. Kassassin, on the other hand, makes it through the top of the apex, all of a sudden squeezes by and becomes your lead jammer. And same spot, same place, same way. Ovarian Barbarian comes out on their initial pass. This jam comes to an end. 1 point was picked up by the High Rollers, nothing for Ovarian Barbarian and the Break Neck Betties. Yeah, I want to say, I think that is, I just heard a stat that is the 6th lead jam for the High Rollers that they have gotten, and Break Neck Betties have not been doing so hot with the lead jam statuses at this point. But like I said, there's only 15 minutes so far off the clock. We've got Nougat Knockout going up against Spring Roll. Pixie out there just wrecking stuff. And Spring Roll somehow comes out the other side of all 10 players as the lead jammer. What a great spin move in the middle of all that. Nougat Knockout still stuck in that pack, trying to fight through. Break Neck Betties laying down a clinic on blocking. Thunder Dame, last line of defense, could not stop Nougat Knockout. I think they heard me saying something about it, so all of a sudden, Nougat Knockout ran to freedom. They call this jam off after the Break Neck Betties pick up 4 points. We now have a game of 65-33 with 14 and a half minutes left in this first. I also would like to thank the Portland Mercury and Cedar and Moss Lighting. Both of those are fine sponsors of the Rose City Rollers. You know, if you would like to be part of the Rose City Rollers sponsorship group, you should go check out the rosecityrollers.com and see how you can get involved. Pollywanna Cracker, while I was doing that little plug, jumped out as lead jammer and is already in scoring position after Tenacity, who is jammer, played a little defense and knocked them out of bounds at the pivot line. Pollywanna Cracker now stuck in the pack. There's an extremely light pack for the High Rollers. Pixie just got out of the pack out of the penalty box as soon as Polly called it off. So there will still be a slight pack advantage for the Break Neck Betties, but the High Rollers did finally clear one out. 3 points put on the board in that last jam, that bringing their total up to 68. Break Neck Betties still at 33. Looks like Lurs Lemon down on the line once again. And that's Carl. Wow, we haven't seen Carl jam in a few jams now. Carl comes bouncing out there. Looks like Carl is your lead jammer, though. And it does, I think, Dakota Evans just picked up a forearm call, which is no good. There's already 2 other blockers in the penalty box for the High Rollers. I say that's no good, but Carl thinks it's great, picking up all 4 points. Didn't even have to slow down to get through that pack. Lurs Lemon had to play a little defense of their own and tries to jump to freedom but could not make it. Carl, on the other hand, makes it just fine, picks up 4 more points, and this is just what they need. Break Neck Betties need a little surge like this. Here comes Carl once again. Oh, Big Bang Fury is all over that, though. That was a nice escort out by Diana Hitcha, and they say that's just about enough when they call this penalty, or excuse me, they call this jam down. Picked up 11 points, though. Break Neck Betty staying at 44. That's a 24-point difference. Still behind the High Rollers, but we got lots of time. Kassassin out there on the line, going to get up against Ovarian Barbarian. I really like this matchup right here. Woo, man, Kassassin's got some moves. Just threw everybody to the ground like, get out of my way, why are you even here? Ovarian Barbarian, though, turns off the afterburners. Even though Kassassin's the lead jammer, she is not in the lead. Kassassin's forced to call it off. We got 2 fists in the air from both of those jam refs, and we're going in to jam number 14. I would like to give another shout out to one of our fabulous sponsors, 187 Killer Pads. Again, that's what the King uses when he's got to go out and do some skating. 187 Killer Pads, they work. Spring roll out first as your lead jammer in hot pursuit, Pollywanna Cracker. Almost a photo finish. Probably about 10 whoa! Humongous hit there. 2 points being picked up by Spring Roll. 3 points being picked up by Pollywanna Cracker. Man, that was a little frightening. Of course, this is roller derby, and maybe I just don't ever want to be hit like that. We've got 10 minutes left in this first half. Right now, the score is 71-46. Going to see Tenacity once again going up against Lurs Lemon. All 4 blockers from each team are still on the track. Lurs Lemon goes through almost unscathed. I wonder if she oils up. If they oil up before they get out there or something, just to make themselves so slick, no one could touch them, like Teflon. Lurs Lemon comes in once again, finds an opening on that inside line. This time Tenacity follows them through. Cap in hand, 4 points is put up. Lurs Lemon says, you know what, I've got my points. I'm calling this off. I'm going to go sit down. Get another coat of Teflon. Well, yes, I'm amusing myself. Kassassin again out there on the line. And this time they will be facing off against a different jammer other than Ovarian Barbarian. I think that's Danger Potato. Second time I've seen them jam now. I always like the influx of new skaters. And like I said, this This last draft was a beautiful draft for the Rose City Rollers. They had a lot of folks to pick from, and we've got a lot of new skaters out there to enjoy. Kassassin getting bounced around in between at turn 1. Oh, Beyond Thunder Dame muscling them out of bounds, picks up a forearm call, and Kassassin finally finds an opening due to the absence of Beyond Thunder Dame and runs to freedom as your lead jammer. I think everybody was focused on offense and didn't even see Kassassin coming around. 4 easy points put on the board for Kassassin. Danger Potatoes got the cap in hand and looking for help. Unfortunately, Beyond Thunder Dame is in the penalty box, so they're going to have to continue trying to fight through that green wall. Forearm, that is going to be called, I think, that's Bleed Kala. Kassassin does get through, picks up another 4 points, bringing their grand total to 8 in this jam. Danger Potato looking for an opening. Did a little fake, but it did not fake out Dakota Evans. Dakota Evans ends up stopping them. Forearm call is going to be called. It's on Toxic Haste. Wow, Beyond Thunder Dame. Great moves. Last night of defense, and Kassassin got through, but I want to say that was a good 15 seconds of just brutal defense being thrown down on Kassassin. And she hit Beyond Thunder Dame, said, nope, I'm good. We're not doing this dance again. I'm tired. 3 points put up on that last pass, 15 points in total, bringing their grand total to 90 in this game so far. I'd like to thank Tonkin.com, the largest selection of new and used autos in the Pacific Northwest, and only a click away at Tonkin.com. We've got Ovarian Barbarian and Nougat Knockout as your jammers. There it is. Ovarian Barbarian gets out as your lead jammer. They needed this desperately. Nougat Knockout finally, oh, excuse me. Nougat Knockout is your lead jammer. I don't think, yep, oh, even Ovarian Barbarian did not realize they were not the lead. Smelter Skelter headed to the penalty box for an infraction. 4 points being picked up by Ovarian Barbarian. I don't think, oh, yep, I was going to say 2 points being picked up by Nougat Knockout. I don't think they realized they were the lead jammer. 96 points total for the High Rollers, 50 for the Break Neck Betties. Spring Roll taking the court with her team. Polywana Crocker also headed out there. Both teams have a blocker in the penalty box. Oh, great move by Polywana Cracker right around the outside of your mom's favorite. That was smooth. Lead jammer going to the High Rollers. Spring Roll does get out of the pack with a great move of their own, and it's a foot race now to the back of the pack. Oh, your mom's favorite taking out Polywana Cracker. 3 points being scored. This jam comes to an end. 99 now for the High Rollers. They're just a point shy of the century mark. And once again, it does appear Carl is out there going up against Lures Lemon. You have to understand, have to apologize, my friends at home. I do have an unusual angle that I'm seeing everything from, and sometimes I have to look through and around a lot of other blockers. Sprout of Control headed to the penalty box for some form of infraction. Nice little jump by Lures Lemon. That one looked a little awkward, but either way, it's 4 fingers in the air from a referee. Ooh. Carl with a nice little hit there. Yeah, Lures Lemon almost looked like they kind of got hurt a little bit. So they call it off. They pick up 3 points, and that's going to bring their total to 106. We've got 4 minutes left in this half. And right now the Break Neck Betties struggling to find answers to what the high rollers are throwing at them. We've Got Kassassin once again out there and Ovarian Barbarian. Back to my favorite matchup. The high rollers do have all 4 blockers out there on the track. We are going to have an official timeout. Yep, official timeout. And as you know, official timeouts are brought to you by Trailhead Credit Union. All of our official timeouts are Trailhead Credit Union timeouts. Need any of your banking needs, do it at a credit union. They're member owned and they're great places to bank. That's Trailhead Credit Union. Ovarian Barbarian and Kassassin once again. Those are your jammers. Kassassin trying to find an opening, and oh, beautiful defense being set down. Ripley beyond Thunderdame are just moving back and forth and shutting it down. And Jaws too, Lady Jaws doing a great job holding it all together. Ovarian Barbarian comes out as the lead jammer. And Kassassin cannot find an answer to get out of that. Toxic Case is bridging everything. They finally get close enough together. Looks like Pixie is going to come up and try to help Kassassin out. Only did a little rotation in that wall, and they just recycled around and continue to hold on. Ovarian Barbarian, on the other hand, made short work of that high rollers wall, picks up 4 points for that effort. Finally, Kassassin, well, sort of got out. Oh, and now they're free. Beyond Thunderdame was not done with them. 4 points picked up, 4 more points, I should say, is picked up by Ovarian Barbarian, and this jam does come to an end. I had the luck 2 weeks ago to coach, actually that was last weekend, I got to coach Kassassin. We did a fundraiser bout, and wonderful person, fantastic jammer. Boy, if you ever want to have someone who's incredible on your team, get Kassassin on your team. Put up a lot of points, was one of our MVPs in that fundraiser. Out there right now, Tenacity and Nuga Knockout, those are your jammers. Tenacity bouncing back and forth, finds an opening on the outside line and runs to freedom. Tenacity, I believe that's the first time Tenacity's been lead jam tonight. Nuga Knockout also finds an opening and gets out. Both out on the initial. The pack is moving somewhat fast, and finally they come to a stop at turn 4. Holy smokes, Tenacity comes in the inside line, taking out her own blockers. Official review. 1 point being picked up by Tenacity. Official review coming from the Break Neck Betties. I was almost worried because it almost looked like Tenacity did a skating out of bounds. So if I was a high roller, you might want to consider something like that because of the way they went out. I'm interested to find out what the Break Neck Betties are looking to call here. We should hear from our head official here very shortly. So now I was talking about sponsorship. Well, if you know a business that would benefit by promoting at a derby event, such as most of our RCR members here, email sponsorship@rosecityrollers.com, or you can check our sponsorship info on rosecityrollers.com. So what the refs are doing the official review over is a cut call on the high rollers jammer. That one, like I said, there was a lot of action out there, and so I'm not sure where that was, but I guarantee those refs are going to figure it out and get back to us shortly. So we've got 144 left in this first half. 106-59 is the score. And here comes our official. All right, according to It Doesn't Matter, who is our head ref in this game, is the official review it will not go through. The play will stand as it is. No cut call will stay. So that's what it is. We got Spring Roll out there for the Break Neck Betties, and Polywana Crocker out there for the High Rollers. And they're still talking about things out there, so I'm kind of interested. Oh, okay. Well, I guess they're going to use all of their official reviews here. The High Rollers are going to call a back block call on Tenacity now. So with 1:44, it's time to use those official reviews. Why not? You know, it's always good to save your strategically as a coach. Save those for a good time when you see something, or if your skaters need a little bit of bonus time to take a break, you can use them as a timeout. Those official reviews, but definitely wait for there to be something out there of substance to call. Let's see what we come back with. So, again, that back block call that they were trying to get on Tenacity does not go through. Play will stand as it is. It'll be 4-on-4 on the blocking board. One more time, Polywana Crocker is your jammer for the High Rollers, and Spring Roll is your jammer for the Break Neck Betties. Oh, Polywana Crocker got bumped out of bounds, took a bounce, and I don't think they realized their foot was out. She's going to go have a seat in that penalty box. This is a great opportunity. Oh, no, Spring Roll took the cap off. Guess what? We're going full 2 minutes. There you go. Spring Roll is looking at the box and says, would you look at that? Go ahead and put that cap back on your head, youngster. Oh, man. Spring Roll gets through, but Philistine put a humongous hit on Spring Roll. They rolled out of it, but, man, there was a lot of texture there. Polywana Crocker comes in very hot, very quick, and gets through on their initial pass. No problem. Spring Roll tries to play a little defense. Polywana Crocker has no part of it. Glides through backwards on one skate, picks up 4 points, and is through at the top of the apex. Spring Roll, on the other hand, is suffering behind Dakota Evans. Decides to go ahead and play some defense. And now we're skating backwards. And now they're going to look at each other and make fun. Spring Roll's like, okay, all right, we'll skate. I think this is maybe just a good opportunity to take a quick little break. Polywana Crocker gets through. Nice little glide by. 4 points being put in the air by the ref. So, Polywana Crocker's benefiting from this this jam that's going to continue rolling. Oh, and another cut track on Polywana Crocker. We've got 7 seconds left in this jam. Spring Roll gets out with another one of those beautiful little turns that they are doing. This jam comes to an end. So guess what, kids at home? Polywana Crocker will start the next half sitting in the penalty box, and the Break Neck Betties will benefit from a power jam to get things started. All right, so 11 points put on the board by the High Rollers, 8 points put on the board for the Break Neck Betties. So our grand total score, High Rollers at 117, Break Neck Betties at 67. We've had a very active first half. Now, if I know two teams, I would never count the Break Neck Betties out of this. They have come back from worse, and I expect to see a very rowdy second half. I would be interesting to find out what kind of changes they're going to make, because they definitely need to make some changes. Well, guys, we've got the anti-Valentine's Day party coming up on 2/15, and it should be a good one. If you are looking to do something around Valentine's Day and you ain't got no one to hang out with, well, guess what? You do now. Anti-Valentine's Day party is going to be on 215. If you've never been to one of those, they are a riot. So get yourself down there, take an Uber because you want to have a few drinks and you want to have a good time. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and step away for about 15 minutes. We've got some hungry hippos about to ready to happen down on the track. I'll be back, hopefully get some stats and a little bit more information. And you folks at home, go grab yourself an ice cold beer and maybe some nachos, and I'll see you in about 15. Well, what an active halftime we just got done with. We had the bread toss, of course. Fran's Bakery always donates just piles of bread, and the fans go crazy for it. It's always good stuff, and it's always good to take home and eat on Sunday morning. A little bit of toast, some peanut butter or something like that. It's great. All right, hey, so fun stats. Actually, penalties were somewhat low. Sprout of Control for the Break Neck Betties is sitting on 4, and Bleeda Callow also sitting on 4. Polywana Cracker, who is currently sitting in the penalty box, is sitting on 3 for the High Rollers, she's the only one sitting on 3 for the High Rollers. But interesting enough, Polywana Cracker got picked up 2 of them in that last jam. So far, pretty mellow on the penalties. So out there to start is Carl. And all 4 blockers from each team is out there. Carl does get out. They are, of course, in a power jam, like I've mentioned. And now they are in, whoa. Yeah, nice work by the offense of the blockers. They moved in and swept everybody to the side. One person was out there, but and that was Coop. Holy smoke, and that time Coop got a hold of Carl and escorted Carl into the turn, 1 out of bounds there. Polywana Cracker is back. Ripley and Beyond Thunderdame are the 2 blockers up there wreaking havoc. Yeah, Ripley, Sprout of Control, and Beyond Thunderdame. Oh my gosh, it is toxic. Thank you. One of my folks here on the feed, it's that hair that was throwing me off and not seeing it. Well, here we go. Nice little jammer on jammer blocking there. But finally, Carl gets out the other side and picks up 4 points, bringing the grand total so far for the Break Neck Betties and for up to 8. It's a great way for them to start out. They were struggling at the end of that first half. Carl's in, trying to fight their way through right now. Ooh, Mayday with a gigantic hit. Yeah, there's going to be a forearm call on that. I was anticipating that. Polywana Cracker strips that off. And another 4 points as Carl does get through. That's going to bring their total up to 12 so far in this jam. Polywana Cracker looking for a way to get out. Toxic Case escorting them out of bounds. Carl finds an opening and picks up all 4 points. 16 big points for the Break Neck Betties, and boy, did they need that. That is going to be a grand total, I believe, is a 34-point difference now. 117 to 83, 27 and a half minutes left in this game now. There's going to be an official timeout. They're going to talk about a few things, and I'm not sure what they're going to talk about. Probably going to be talking about some scores. Hey, one of the things I also like to do up here is talk about sponsors. I'd like to thank S1 Helmets and Lemon Designs. It's S1 Helmets and Lemon Designs. All the derby gear they talk about in this thing, I pretty much wear when I'm skating. So S1 Helmets is a great company, and it does make a great helmet. Good for your melon when you got to smack it around. And so I strongly suggest getting one of those if you're ever going to play some derby. Well, there's a chat on the outside with all the outside pack refs. Toxic Case is headed to the penalty box. Looks like there was something picked up at the end there. I wish they would give me a signal, but they did not. That's okay. So there's going to be 2 blockers down from each team. We are going to see Assassin and Ovarian Barbarian. Both jammers run up. Oh, but Assassin gets taken out by the Break Neck Betties. No pack is called. Your mom's favorite's dropping Assassin, and that's going to put your mom's favorite in the penalty box for obvious reasons. Ovarian Barbarian hits that pack and is stripping off those blockers. Runs to freedom, getting scooped out of bounds, but doesn't actually go out. Picks up 4 points. Kassassin now in there, and there's Beyond Thunderdame, who is having one heck of a game. Just playing their heart out, man, I'm telling you. So Ovarian Barbarian is in there, gets knocked around. There's a multiplayer block that is going to put Beyond Thunderdame in the penalty box. Kassassin finally gets through and picks up 4 points. Ovarian Barbarian, though, in turn 4, with all those green jersey draped all over them. Holy smokes! Toxic Haste with probably one of the best hip hits I've ever seen in my life, taking out Kassassin. And Pixie is going to pick up a low block. Your mom's favorite bridging out as Kassassin still trying to fight to get through. Destruction of pack being called on Mayday. Dakota Evans knocking out Ovarian Barbarian. Ovarian Barbarian runs back in. I don't know how they missed that, but they pick up a cut track. 4 more points being picked up on the board for Kassassin. And 2 blockers from the High Rollers are in the penalty box right now. So this is going to go the rest of the jam. We've got 10 seconds left. But Kassassin's up there banging around with all those blockers, trying to find a way past that incredibly strong wall of the Break Neck Betties. This jam comes to an end. 3 more points put on the board. 3 more points was put on the board prior to Ovarian Barbarian going out. So that was a 15 to 11 point jam for each of these jammers. Obviously, the High Rollers came out with 15. They've got 132 points now to Break Neck Betties 94. 38 points now separating these two teams. And we're going to see Polly Cracker on the jam line in a power jam. Ovarian Barbarian standing in the penalty box. Ooh, they got Polly Cracker almost looks like they might have gotten away with a cut. But I'm not down there on the track, and I'm not the ref, so I can only see from this weird angle that I'm at. Ovarian Barbarian serve time comes in very fast, gets through the pack on their initial. Polly Cracker, though, does find an opening and runs to freedom, picks up those 4 points, and calls it off. That's going to bring the total for the High Rollers up to 136. At this time, I would like to thank Union Wine Company. Underwood Wines is now available at the bar we have here, so come on down and you can get some great wine. It's served in a can. They have Pinot Noir and Pinot Gris, or a double serving can of Rose Bubbly. That's Underwood Wine Company. Spring Roll and Nougat Knockout, those are your jammers in this jam. Spring Roll finding a brief opening on the outside. What a great move! Wow, Spring Roll ran from out to in and found the opening. Is your lead jammer. Nougat Knockout getting knocked all around by those blockers out there on the track. That combo, Toxic Haste and Beyond Thunderdame, is something else. Spring Roll looking for help, I think, right now, but I don't think there's anybody going to be coming. The High Rollers got them pinned right now in the top of the apex. Oh, look at that, the opening in the inside. Dakota Evans wasn't quick enough to make it to that line, and Spring Roll runs to freedom, picking up those 4 points. Oh, Beyond Thunderdame did a little bounce after knocking Nougat Knockout out, but finally, when they bounced, they did step out of bounds. Nougat Knockout ran to freedom. 1 more point put on the board. That's a grand total of 5. Break Neck Betties are at 99. 37 points now separating these two teams. Almost 23 minutes left in this game. Kassassin and Tenacity, those are your jammers in the next jam here. We've got all 4 blockers from each team out on the track. And there it is. Tenacity makes short work of that pack. Kassassin also gets out. It seemed like everybody in that pack was rolling forward. Nobody put their brakes on, formed a wall. It was kind of just a big mess for all 8 of those blockers. Either way, it benefited the Jammers, except for now everybody's going real fast, and Tenacity and Kassassin are going to be practicing their endurance. Looks like both Jammers picked up 1 point. That seemed like a lot of work for 1 point, but, you know, that's what the game is sometimes. I also would like to thank Nikasi. They're a new beer that we're serving here. It's being served at the bar. You can grab an IPA or your truly easy drinking ale. We've got them both on hand, or you can pick them up in your local grocery store. I got some in my fridge right now. Danger Potato and Polywana Cracker. Those are your two Jammers out on the track. There is a cut, and that is going to be on Polywana Cracker. That's not good. But Danger Potato also picked up a cut track. So this will be a Jammer do-si-do, as we like to call it. One Jammer sits, the other one leaves, because Derby is no fun with no Jammer on the track. So both the Jammers have been now released. And Polywana Cracker. Oh, gosh, that might be 6. Without me looking at a penalty board, Polywana Cracker not having a good time right now. But with that, it looks like Danger Potato is free to run. They've got 1 minute and 8 seconds still left in this jam. And, wow, this is a real good opportunity right now for the Break Neck Betties. Holy smokes. Dakota Evans just sent them back the wrong way. Well, here come the Break Neck Betty offense, but Dakota Evans is having their way with the Danger Potato. Here comes Polly. Polly served their time. Danger Potato finally does get through. Beyond Thunder Dam. Oh, boy. That time, Polywana Cracker stayed in bounds, tiptoeing up the line. Whew. A lot of big hits all of a sudden. That last big hit was brought to you by Diana Hitcha. 4 more points put on the board for Polywana Cracker. Danger Potato, almost got out, but Pixie now had something to say about that, stopping them on the inside line. Danger Potato trying to find an opening on the out, ends up on the ground. Dakota Evans was there to stop them. This jam does come to an end. 4 points picked up for the Break Neck Betties and 3 points picked up for the High Rollers. Ovarian Barbarian and that's Nuga Knockout. Yep, that is Nuga Knockout who just took the track. You know, while I'm thanking our sponsors, Two Town Cider. Damn fine cider made right here in the Pacific Northwest. Once again, that is Two Town Cider. Nuga Knockout find a wide open lane on that inside line. Was like nobody was even there. Oh, that's because nobody was there. Ovarian Barbarian, though, is very, very fast. Puts on those afterburners, and now we've got the pass. Holy cow. Okay. No points put up on the board by either team. Susan B. Animosity went down kind of rough, hoping they are okay. They did get up and skate off on their own accord, so we're just going to mark that as they're all right, and it's just Derby. There's going to be one blocker staying in the penalty box. That looks like it is Big Bang Fury. Another one of our junior skaters who stepped up into the home team league. Awesome skater, by the way. Speaking of awesome, Kassassin is your jammer out as lead jammer for the High Rollers. Spring Roll finally finds an opening and does get out. Kassassin comes in, tries to split multiple players. Direction of play being called. Who is that? Diana Hitcha? I believe it is. So that's going to put 2 blockers down for the High Rollers. It's going to be a great opportunity for the Break Neck Betties to play a little bit of offense and get lead jam. It looks like Carl is taking the line for the Break Neck Betties with a star on their helmet. And Polywana Cracker going out there again. It must be 5 penalties. But still, that's a little risque. Oop, and a little bit of defense being played. Polywana Cracker was trying to escort Carl out of bounds on the outside. Cracker finds an opening on the inside. Unbelievable. The Break Neck Betties unable to stop Cracker in this case. Here comes the offense. Cracker gets through, ends up out of bounds. Wow, what great lateral movement by Cracker. They have really upped their game in the last year. 4 points being picked up. Absolutely stunning skating tonight. Big Bang Fury unable to capture Carl and take them out of bounds on the inside. And spread out of control, locking down Cracker. Oh, man. Carl headed to the penalty box. That is going to now give Cracker a power jam. Say that 3 times fast. Cracker comes into turn number 2, and High Rollers right now looking to just let them try to get out on their own accord. Cracker's doing a little nice tap and finally says, listen, ref, call this jam off. So, 11 points picked up by the High Rollers. That's going to push their lead up to 158 to 112 with just under 16 minutes left in this game. I do want to thank Tonkin, largest selection of new and used autos of the Pacific Northwest, and they're only a click away at Tonkin.com. There's a great burst of speed. Nuga Knockout finds an opening, taking advantage of this power jam. Mayday's in there trying to strip off a blocker and take them out of bounds. Unfortunately, was not able to capture one of them. But that's a bunch of wily blockers in there, and they were having no part of that little bit of offense. Carl comes in, bounces to Freedom. I think they got out, but they went back because they weren't sure. And, that's smart derby. If you're not quite sure where your feet were, go back and start again. It's better than picking up that cut track. Oh, what a great move by Carl. That's one of those nice little half orbits where you kind of hit someone's shoulder and loop around them just to get through on the other side. Carl comes in, hits that pack. Beyond Thunder Dame with beyond awesome offense. Just looped around, stuck everybody to right where they were, and left that opening on the outside as wide as could be. Carl's back around, ready to play some more, and here comes offense from Beyond Thunder Dame. Big Bang Fury taking out Carl. Now you've got all 4 of them blockers. Carl comes in and is stuck. Oh, that was nice work. Mayday comes in and just wrecks that little 3-wall that was up front there. And finally, Nuga Knockout gets through and picks up 4 points. Nuga Knockout found a little bit of an opening on the inside. Toxic Case got a nice big hit from Coop. But they quickly recycle and reclaim. Oh, but Nuga Knockout found a way through. That's 4 more points. 8 points total in that jam. And now we've got a 50-point difference. I think there will be. Still going to be 56. Or 46, excuse me. So, with that, I do want to thank a couple of our other sponsors. Laurelhurst Movie Theater, Upswept Creativity, and Left Turn Clothing. Wow, a little tongue-tied tonight. So we've got Kassassin and Tenacity out there as our jammers. Tenacity looking to the outside, tries to go in, and now she's being sandwiched by 2 green shirts. Ain't nobody going to let her through.
Star pass. Sprout has the star. Okay.
Looks like Sprout Out Control finally's got the star and is out on the other side. Good star pass for the Break Neck Betties. Kassassin looking to get a way out. And wow, the Break Neck Betties just all over it. Tenacity. Tenacity is one heck of a blocker. Sprout Out Control trying to find an opening to get free. And right now the High Rollers have got them all down. Big Bang Fury continues to get in front and slow down Sprout. Kassassin does get knocked out of bounds. Tenacity is going to take him back. Looks to her bench, calls it off. 4 points being picked up by Kassassin. 4 points already put on the board for the Break Neck Betties. We've got a score of 170 to 124. Just under 12 minutes left in this game. I am taking a look here. And I'm seeing that Ovarian Barbarian and Polly are our jammers coming out here. Kells Olympian and Rivet Athletic Club. Those are some of our great Breakneck Betties sponsors. I wanted to give them a big shout out and thank them for being a sponsor of the Breakneck Betties. Ovarian Barbarian got through almost unscathed and is your lead jammer. Polly, on the other hand, got knocked out, drugged back. Toxic Cases in the back. Sprout Controls also back there. They're going to lock down Polly. Ovarian Barbarian had already got through, picked up 4 points, creeps in there, and here comes Beyond Thunderdam on the outside trying to open things up. And just like that, Ovarian Barbarian creeps up and becomes the last line of defense, but it wasn't enough to stop Polly Wannacracker. Polly Wannacracker had the cap in hand, but then gets through. Ovarian Barbarian calls it off, does pick up all 4 of the points, holds them, the high rollers scoreless. So now we've got a score of 170 to 132. Now it's 38-point difference. Nuga Knockout and Spring Roll, those are your jammers out there. You know, we had seen Lurs Lemon do a lot of jamming in the first, and I'm almost wondering if there was like an injury or a hard hit, because there was that point where they got up real slow. Speaking well, getting up fast here, Spring Roll gets out, is your lead jammer. Nuga Knockout still stuck in the back. Beautiful defense being set down. Jaws 2 was the person that recycled up and held on. Now everybody's forming a wall around them. Tenacity and your mom's favorite, those are the tripod up front. Toxic Haste looking to excuse me, give a little bit of help. Then Toxic Haste jumps up and decides to assist. Toxic Haste looking backwards, trying to decide if they want to come back and yeah, Toxic Haste just broke the pack. They were the bridge and they went back into play some offense. That's too bad. But just like that, Nuga Knockout finally gets out with the cap in hand. Spring Roll with a nice big hit out from the high rollers. And they're going to call this one off. So that is another 4 points put on the board for the Break Neck Betties. We're going to see Carl once again going up against Kassassin. And there is a slight pack advantage for the high rollers. They've got all 4 of their blockers out there. Breakneck Betties sitting on 3. Carl comes in and engages. Kassassin goes up the inside line. Don't know how they got around everybody, but they are free. There's going to be a forearm penalty. It's going to be called on Coop. And Carl is out of the pack on initial pass. Kassassin gets escorted out of bounds, top of the apex. Wow! Carl with the jump picks up 3 points. Talk about making something out of nothing. That's how you're going to get back in this game. It is now a 31-point difference, and we've got 8 minutes left. Is that over? That's Danger Potato, excuse me. Danger Potato and Polly are your jammers out there. It's going to be 3-on-3 with the blockers. And I like that. Polly's playing defense right now. Not worried about getting out of the pack. She wants Danger Potato to stay right where they are. Now she's trying to get out, but does get knocked out of bounds by Tenacity on the outside. Danger Potato trying to find a way out. Tenacity picks up a penalty, and Polly Wannacracker is out first as your lead jammer, finding an opening on the inside line. There's a low block on Pixie and a cut track on Danger Potato. That is not what they needed right now, as they had lots of momentum going their way. Danger Potato sitting in the penalty box. 4 more points picked up by Polly Cracker. Polly Cracker comes in and engages. Nice little bit of offense. Coop in the front managed to scrape those 2 blockers off and allow Polly to pick up those 4 points. Oh, Polly trying to use her own player. Toxic Haze says, nope, you're going to go out of bounds. And Toxic Haze is dragging back Polly. Danger Potato comes in. Ooh, man. Big old hit out there by Diane DeHitcha. And now Danger Potato is out of the pack on their initial. And Ripley over there on the bench calling a timeout. So, High Roller is picking up 81 points. The crowd was freaking out down there, making sure that they called off that jam. Wow. 181 to 139. 6 minutes and 14 seconds left in this game. I do want to give one last shout out to Deb Counts Tabor. Let Deb guide you home. Proud realtor sponsor of the Rose City Rollers. Go to welcome2pdx.com. My apologies. Didn't mean to cough in your ear, folks. Well, right now the Break Neck Betties need to take that time out and figure out what they're going to do with the next 6 minutes. They are behind the 8 ball right now, and they've had the momentum going for them, but they need to continue it. I like the fact that I see Ovarian Barbarian coming out there, but they got Kassassin for the High Rollers already standing at the jam line. Real strong set of blockers out there for the Break Neck Betties with Tenacity, Toxic Haze, Sprout of Control, and Beyond Thunderdame. And look at that, Ovarian Barbarian gets through as your lead jammer. And Ovarian Barbarian finds another opening on the inside line. It's like there's something like a portal there or something. Just runs right on through. Can't be touched. It's not a portal. It's probably Beyond Thunderdame. Kassassin just getting worked over. And, oh, it almost looked like a cut. Tenacity did a great job running back. Now Tenacity is the last line of defense. Finally, Kassassin gets through on their initial. Beautiful set of offense. 2 blockers in the penalty box for the High Rollers. A third one headed there. They're all looking over here like, hey, I'm supposed to sit down. Look at that, 12 points put up there. It's now a 30-point game. Wow, that was exciting. 5 minutes now separate these two, 5 minutes now left in this game with 30 points separating these two teams. And we are going to call a timeout. That's an official timeout. Unless it's a regular timeout. If it's an official timeout, it's brought to you by Trailhead Credit Union. As always, I always suggest people bank with credit unions. They are member-owned and great for you. It's Trailhead Credit Union. We're going to see Spring Roll out there again on the track for the Break Neck Betties. 2 blockers already sitting in the box for the High Rollers. I think I saw a third headed that way, but I want to be sure before I make that claim. But this is going to be an interesting jam. It's a great opportunity for the Break Neck Betties to get out and get your lead jam since they've got the numbers. All I Want a Cracker is headed to the jam line for the High Rollers. Pixie and Dakota Evans. Wow, a couple of great blockers for the high rollers to put out there, especially in a down scenario like this. Susan B. Animosity already goes up and puts a body on him. Spring roll gets out. Susan B. Animosities. Oh, Dakota Evans managed to get a body on spring roll, gets him out of bounds. Polly Wanna-Cracker gets out first and is your lead jammer. Now Dakota Evans is out of, Dakota Evans. Spring roll is out on the initial pass. All right, they're trying to burn time. I don't know if that's the right move, but Polly Wanna-Cracker does get out on the inside line. Looks like a multiplayer call. That's going to put Pixie in the penalty box. 4 points put up by each jammer. Spring roll and Polly Wanna-Cracker are both out and looking for more. Ooh. Wow, spring roll with a great move. Gets through, picks up 4 points. Two points being picked up by Polly Wanna-Cracker at the end of that. There it is. Yeah, we were talking about it up here. It didn't look like they had given spring roll all of their points. So right now we've got a score of 187 to 159. 4 minutes left in this game. Yeah, we're starting to get down to crunch time. 28 points now separate these two teams. They need to come up with something huge to pull this off right now. Break Neck Betties spend another timeout, it looks like, to stop this. Carl's going to be out there and punish Kassassin. I do believe there will be a pack advantage for the Break Neck Betties. 3-4. This timeout comes to an end. Everybody back to their regular positions here. Break Neck Betties are taking a back wall. High rollers are engulfing them in the front. Carl tries to find an opening on the inside. They shut it down and move, and Carl tries to move to the outside, goes back to the end and finds an opening, and Carl is through as your lead jammer. Kassassin's trying to find an opening. Tenacity knocking out Kassassin. Oh, but picks up a penalty in the process. Ooh, 2 blockers for the Break Neck Betties go down as Kassassin gets through. Carl is just getting worked over by the high rollers wall. 3 points being picked up and by the Break Neck Betties. Ooh, and Carl's getting up a little tender there. So now we've got a score of 187 to 162. It's 25 points. Whew. As you know, in the game of Derby, 25 points can be put up on the board in a jam. It's tough, but it can be done. Ovarian Barbarian is on the line. And Nuga Knockout is the opposing jammer for the high rollers. Multiplayer block is going to be called. That is going to send Diana Hitch to the box. Out first is Ovarian Barbarian as your lead jammer. Wow, Sprout of Control is getting laid out. Tough, everybody's playing some strong defense right now. No points been on the board for either player. Interesting, but that's fine. That's all right. 2.5 minutes left in this game. 162-187. Break Neck Betties are sitting on they've used all their timeouts. They do have an official review which can be used as a timeout. 25 points, as I said, do separate this team. The only 2 blockers are Coop and Big Bang Fury for the high rollers. Wow, Coop somehow swept in there and took out Spring Roll, who is the jammer. Oh no, look at that, and Polly Wanna-Cracker just picked up a penalty, and Spring Roll is your lead jammer. Oh, and Coop out of play. Everyone's saying go, go, go. 4 points put on the board for Spring Roll. We've got a minute and a half now left in this game. 21 points separate these two teams. Dakota Evans comes in and says Spring Roll go out of bounds on the inside line. I've got you right there. Spring Roll now just running drills. Another 4 points put on the board for Spring Roll. Polywana Cracker serve time is now back in this game. All 4 of the blockers for the Break Neck Betties are all over Polywana Cracker. As you know, Polywana Cracker's very spry and can get out of that pack kind of at will. Spring Roll right now is sandwiched between a bunch of green shirts and the inside line. Oh, but somehow they forced their way through and they came out the other side picking up 4 points. That's 12. 13 points now separate these two teams. They're going to call this off, I guarantee. Yep, there comes the official review. I can almost guarantee this is going to be called just as a regular old timeout. Ripley's looking over, got anything we should call? And they're like, nah. Well, Ripley's approaching the head ref. I wouldn't doubt they're going to come up with something. So, interesting. 13 points now separate these two teams. High Roller sitting at 187. Break Neck Betties at 174. Now, didn't I tell you at the beginning of this game that it was going to be a fun game? It didn't look like it was fun for a few minutes there when these points got all spread out. But like I said, Break Neck Betties, very tough team. Even when they get down, they will scrap their way right back into it, and they've had a history of doing it. Headed down to the floor. So, they are requesting a cut track call on the jammer. The refs right now are going to talk about it, and we will see what comes up with that. Well, we've got lots of games coming. Check out our schedule at rosecityrollers.com. You can see which games are coming up, and you definitely want to buy tickets ahead of time because we have a history of selling out here at Rose City Rollers. Very popular sport here in this city. The city definitely supports what we are doing here. I mean, we are the current world champions, so I can understand why. But you definitely want to get your tickets ahead of time. So head on over to Rose City Rollers, look at the schedule, find out who you want to go see, check out our games. So the head ref is saying the no cut call will stand, and we will resume play. So it doesn't look like anybody is in the penalty box. Kassassin is heading out there with a star on her helmet and all 4 blockers for the High Rollers. Ovarian Barbarian is out there for the Break Neck Betties. This is about to get interesting. You got 33 seconds left on the clock. Of course, the jam clock. Oh, man. Dakota Evans with a gigantic hit out. Ovarian Barbarian somehow manages to stay in as another hit on the inside. Big Bang Fury throwing Ovarian Barbarian out. Beyond Thunderdame trying to play some offense and get everything opened up. Breakneck Betty's pack in the front is shutting down Kassassin. Oh, and Ovarian Barbarian lost their footing. Got a low block call. And basically all the High Rollers need to do right now is get lead jam, get out of that pack, and call it off. Period clock is over. But Breakneck Betties are not finished. They are knocking Kassassin all over the place. But that's going to put, there's a penalty right there. I'm not sure what the penalty call was, but that's going to put Beyond Thunderdame in the penalty box. Kassassin's still trying to fight their way out. Tenacity taking them out of bounds right now. That's a minute of no lead jam. Ovarian Barbarian comes in, cap in hand, gets out. And we got another Breakneck Betty headed to the penalty box. Sprout of control was the last line of defense. Finally, Kassassin gets out. Ovarian Barbarian jumps out, does pick up 4 points, but I don't think that's going to be enough. It will take them down to, I believe, 9. Yes, indeed. Folks, that's the game. We got an unofficial score right now of 187-178. High Rollers come out very strong to get this season started, and they pull off this win. We do, in fact, have a final score on the board. Score was good. The refs are removing everything from the track, so the High Rollers have pulled off the season opener win over the Break Neck Betties. As I said, folks, we've got a lot of great derby coming your way this year, so please don't miss out. We'll be broadcasting also all year. So if you cannot get into the game, just tune in to rosecityrollers.com. Check us out whenever you want. We've got some great producers here that do put on a great show. All right. Well, I'm sure you're done listening to my jibber jab all night long. I appreciate you, though, spend the evening with me and the Rose City Rollers here. Thank you. Exciting, a very exciting season 1 opener. Great games were played, and I can't wait for the rest of this season. Everybody at home, have yourself a great night, and I will see you next time.